addition, it's skiing and other kind of winter sports.
How does the weather influence different jobs?
If you're walking outside, of course, the weather will have impact on your job. For example, if you are cleaning roads, if the weather is rainy, you won't walk. So it will ruin your walk and have a bad impact on it.
Next question. Do you think people should be more worried about climate change than they are?
Yes, I think if we look at the problem wider, the climate change has a huge impact on our environment. For example, to illustrate, I can say that the carbon dioxide emissions from the cars or the factories often affect global warming. This is a vast problem in our life. So if we don't handle it, our planet will ruin and we have no place to live. So we should worry about this climate change.
Okay, great. And is the government doing anything about climate change in your country?
I think not so properly, but they sometimes stop. They sometimes stop work of factories to clean the ozones, to clean the atmosphere. And we are trying to move on electrical cars to lessen the emissions of carbon dioxide. And I think we can do more. We can do more than this.
And my last question for you would be, do you think it's a responsibility of the government or individuals to reduce climate change?
Yes, I think all of us have a responsibility for it. For individuals, we can look after ourselves and clean our trash, for example, to clean our environment. It also has influence on our climate. And for the government, as I said, they can start working in factories and move on electrical cars. So we lessen the pollution of the atmosphere.
Thank you for your time. That's the end of the speaker. We can do it.
Üçüncü bu arada. İkincisi de yaptık.
O da aynı şey sudan da.
Yeah.
Üçüncü asfaltta falan da böyle.
Yeah.
Ben bir sormuş.
İkinci şartı bırakın mağara kalktı.
Bu kendi tarafından kullanmamız
Evet. Mağara oldu.
Evet, Afrika'da biz buna varsa vakit istiyoruz.
İyi geçenleri istiyor. Aslında iyi geçen hasta kurtar. Biraz birbirine alsak ana балалар уже обидно. Типа iki gün alay, но kartı сразу жіберіп, сол кезде типа білмей.
İki gün alamazsın, böyle. Allah, dönüp duracağım. Nasıl sana?
Excuse me, may I need to go?
Yeah, of course.
So you can proceed.
So, well, guys, how are you?
We are together. You will be speaking separately.
Yeah, separately, ask questions separately.
You will have a speaking part.
Okay, I mentioned
And you will assess individually.
that.
So now I will briefly explain what's going to happen, okay? And there you have your speaking cards, 10 of them. Each of them will have different questions, okay? And you will have 2 minutes of preparation time when you take your card, and you have 2 minutes to look through the questions and then make some preparation, okay? So, basically 3 parts, and then first part you will have 2 minutes of speech. Second and third parts are 3 or 4 minutes. Yes, yeah. They will be a little bit longer. So, who will be the one to choose the card?
I will choose. Only one card, I guess.
Yes, of course. So, time, 2 minutes.
Can you tell your card number?
Which one? 4.
And your name is?
Yeah, let me one.
Yeah, 1. So, okay, your time is up.
Okay.
Let's start.
41. What's the city?
I don't have some questions. Only two, you will speak by yourself.
Okay.
First question, which city or region are you from?
I'm from Zagreb. It's located in state of Turkestan, and it has a lot of its acquaintances, I guess, and so it's well-being city actually.
Next question, what's the best thing about your city or region?
Best city because I have a lot of my friends here, and my family has been here a big time, and Zagreb is my hometown, and the hometown is about a well-being feeling, and the feelings that fulfill me, and in my childhood times, and I've been here studying my whole life, and participating in many Olympics, contests, and competitions, and so I guess a lot of fulfillment and about a lot of acquaintances fulfilled me with this city.
Okay. And what would tourists find interesting in your home region?
In Zargash, we have resorts, a lot of resorts, and resorts leads to health problems. And it's if you want to solve this problem, the most preferable solution to this problem, I think, taking it into my consideration, I think go to that resort and have that mental therapy and physical therapy and chemical experience, and so. Go to resort, have a rest feeling, so.
Okay, now it's time for part 2. Now you'll be speaking for 10 minutes by yourself and after. You can start your speech now.
I can speak well, question. Describe the time
So
so far.
you shouldn't read, you can just answer the question.
I have seen something that was actually wonderful and the sad thing. When some couple of friends hadn't been answering for their cases 3 days, and he was crying in front of him, and he called him, he went toward him, and he knew about his friend that his father was diagnosed with cancer, and it was the first stage of cancer, and he helped him, and he was surrounded by supportive environment, and a lot of friends that made decisions to the uptime, and they had a lot of income and gave it to his father, and this boy had a lot of income from the friends, and so it was the wonderful and the saddest time, and it was actually inspiring about friends. So I saw it on Instagram.
So, is that all?
Yes, that's all.
Now it's time for part 3. What are the most popular social media sites in your country?
Instagram. It's about sharing real estate of friends, chatting with others, and being communicated. And so when you are speaking and leading your social actions and posting on Instagram, it's actually so interesting what your friends are going on to happen. So it's so good.
Okay, great. And do you think it's important to be on social media?
Yeah. On the other hand, I think it irritates and it's annoying. Like you have a lot of messages from your friends, and it's annoying when you are like preparing for your exams, tests, courses, and you have a lot of discipline, deadline, and schedule timetable, and it's busy at the same time, and it's so hard to be on active on Instagram.
Okay, great. And do you agree that social media companies should be responsible for all of the content on their platforms?
Yeah, I started my Instagram account when I was 4 age. It was in 2012. And in my 4 age, I posted a lot of things that people are not concerned, are not curious about. I took a photo about my family and posted. I can write, I couldn't write. I used to be a child who likes great things, and I took a photo, video, a lot of things that people were not concerned about. And when I was a kid, I saw a lot of contents being accessed to 18 plus videos. It's so hard to be mental well-being and mental prepared for the content. And so if you actually have responsibility for the all content, you should be just turn the mode of kids or something like that, or don't give the phone to the kid and not got the access.
Okay, thank you. And the last question. Who should be responsible for controlling social media companies?
The companies support problem managers, principals, head master of these companies, I think, because they are a master of this social media controlling apps applications, and apps are so widespread, and it's so range of people and kids in that list being active on social media, and it iterates, it brings their mental problems, and it's a topic when we're like seeing a video. It's have the right now the reason of this video, and if you know this reason of this video, if it's for adults video, and so headmasters will be responsible and should be responsible for that content. I think.
Okay, great. Thank you for your time. And the speaking part. You can put your card back to this.
That's all.
So it's my turn. So we choose. Consonants of the British.
Card number 5.
And your name is?
Murat Madhyar.
Can you take the mic over?
Yes, of course. Murat Madhyar.
Goodbye, have a great time.
Speaking card, 5.
Yeah, number 5.
So, your time is up.
Now let's start with the first question. Do you like spending time by yourself?
Yeah, of course, like everyone, and there's so many things I do alone and do alone. And for instance, one of them is playing computer games. We have our own business. It's a computer club, and my all the time I'm spending there, and I'm alone there, and I work there. So and additionally, I like I like solving the math issues alone, and it's very relaxing, and that's so gives me a peace and to get to be alone. So that's all.
And what do you do when you're alone?
So so I said that, and first of all, my best hobby is solving the math issues. I'm a math undergrad, so it's strange, but I'm relaxed when I solve the math issues, and so it's the most thing when I'm alone, and so.
Okay, let's move on to the next question. When was the last time that you spent time by yourself?
It was tomorrow, and I was walking in the park as a car outside, and with the headphones on the music and listening music, and there was some couple of my friends, but I wanted to be alone uh, because it's a period of my life. It's very hard, and I have to study, and I need to relax alone, and take a rest, just take a rest.
Great. And would you like to spend more time on your own?
Yeah, of course, like everyone wants to be alone when they are so bored or the crowd of people who's alone, who's everywhere. And the Turkestan is a very small city, and everywhere is a lot of persons who is very annoying uh, annoying and boring. So like everyone, I like to I would like to spend more time on my own.
Great. And now it's time for part 2. So you'll be speaking for about 10 minutes. So let's set up a timer. You can start speaking now.
So the reason changed my plans. It was 2 years ago when I was in Almaty. We with my family was was going to the Shimla. It's a very beautiful nature, and it's high mountains where where weather is most reason to go there. So we think that there will be. It was in summer, and we thought that there was a very warm and but unfortunately there was a very heavy rain, and just destroyed our plans, and we was very light clothes, and we had to go somewhere. Yeah.
Okay, great. And now it's time for part 2. How the weather affect your mood?
That's not really, but only one weather which affect my mood. It's very sunny. I hate hot. Yeah, the Turkey is very hot. There's no cold weathers. The default weather. So yeah, but actually that doesn't affect my mood.
And which activities are popular in your country in different seasons?
So, for instance, in winter, there's no so cold. There's warm, the medium degree. So that's so maximum means 10 maybe. Yeah, and but in the summer, the most popular things is that's a pool. I think. Yeah, there's a lot of, and that's since 2019, the Turkestan became a region, and because of that, we built a lot of buildings like the Kamshan Saray and the Tron Mall, and there's a lot of pools where you can spend a lot of time in summer.
How does the weather influence different jobs?
So I would say that weather affects only the workers who's working out, and for instance the dustmen who's cleaning all the streets, and if weather is cold, that's destroy their that's destroy their desire to work, and it's make a problem there. So that's all.
And do you think people should be more worried about climate change than they are?
Yeah, I think so. When maybe when you plan to go out, where you must check the weather will be, and tomorrow maybe the next week, and then that's a very important thing.
Is the government doing anything about climate change in your country?
Actually, I don't know anything about that, but I think that the government doesn't.
And my last question, do you think it's the responsibility of the government or individuals to reduce climate change?
Yeah. In Turkestan, I don't know exactly, but in other cities like Pintau and Akmola, the scientist created an invention who's called the rain to feeding the plants maybe and to develop the environment.
Okay, thank you for your practice and for speaking for. You can.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
екі жерге екі
бір сұрақта өзің жұмыс баратқаныңыз
бізде фаворитім бар.
анау кітап туралы айтқан баламен жаңағы ұлан
Кітап туралы оқымаймын.
кітап туралы
Мағжан.
ұланның алдын
You're all. You can have your seats. You can have your seats. Yes. So, you have your speaking parts. Each one of you will choose one part, okay? Then there are hundreds of them. Each one will use the different questions. You have to answer to them. There we have like 3 parts for like delivering your speech, okay? First part will be like from 2 to 3 minutes. And then the second part and third part will be like 3 and 4 minutes each, okay? So I'll give you like 2 minutes of preparation, starting from the point where you hit your card, okay? Who will be the one to choose the card? You are rolling. Amen. So I'll set the time. So your time is up. Okay, may I start? Of course.
You have
questions. And on part two, you'll be speaking by yourself. I'll ask the questions on part one and part three.
Okay.
Okay. My first question: do you prefer to read books or online books?
Well, actually, I like both of them. Mainly, I read online bloggers and articles, but in BBC, actually. So maybe if I had to choose one, I would prefer reading traditional books with hardcover, hardcover and good plots and great characters development. And I think this is the really good way to spend your time.
And what's your favorite subject to read about?
Definitely non-fiction books with a bit autobiography on it. So I just know that fiction books are really good, but it doesn't going on me, and it's not fascinating me as much as non-fiction books, because I want to develop myself fully and to master my field. So I read discipline books, productivity books, and stoicism books, which I really recommend.
And did your parents read to you when you were a child?
Not often, but when I was 5 and 6, my grandmother read to me those fairy tales about, knights and three-headed dragons in Russian fairy tales with, little friends of these fairy tales with. Not only this, but also traditional fairy tales with just maybe some other traditional ones with dragon heads and so on.
Okay, great. And would you give a book as a gift?
It depends on the person's personality, I guess. If it's a book person, I would definitely give them a book, which is, I think, it would be a great present for him or her. So, yeah, I think every person should receive a book as a gift, and not only this, but also maybe some sort of some accessories with like paper clips, maybe some note takers and so on.
Okay, great, thank you. And now it's time for part two. We will set up a timer. You'll be speaking for about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
You can start.
So it's a book that I bought on August, and it's called "Can't Hurt Me" by David Goggins. If you know him, he's a professional ultra marathoner who ran 100 miles in 24 hours, and it's really inspired me to read this book. And I've seen this book many times on social media, especially on Instagram, I guess. So I wanted to develop my discipline and my self-confidence with it, and this book was the perfect choice for me, I guess. So it contains again a bit autobiography with David Goggins, and very good representative of what is discipline and how to define your art, so you can master your field and know true power of your body, not only your body but also mind. And mind comes first of your physical body, and I think it's really impacted me enormously, not only mentally but also physically. I started doing push-ups, sit-ups every morning, and doing a bit morning runs, 5 to 10 kilometers. And I really suggest this book to teenagers who struggle with their studies and mental and physical health. So maybe in the near future, I will give some, review of this book when I finish it. I'm in 250 pages. Yeah. So maybe it's a time to read non-fiction books, not only fiction or romance, fantasy books. You have to develop yourself fully and know what you can do with your mind and body. So, but this book would really be helpful for you if you want to develop your, improve yourself in both ways.
Okay, great. Thank you, Veronica. And now it's time for part three. My first question: do people in your country like to read books?
Well, that's a quite
they like read books if they're started in their childhood. Hobbies are taken by when you were a child, and if you start reading books when you were a child, you will continue reading books. Of course, I think. So it depends really on the person and its age. So elders like to read romance, fiction, classics, Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, and so on. But young generation like to read again non-fiction, a bit fantasy with Harry Potter, maybe I don't know, Elden Ring, some fantasy books with sort of mysteries and facts.
Okay, great. And do you think it's important for people to read books?
Absolutely. Every person who wants to improve and enhance his skills, her skills, have to read books with the field that they are onto. However, if you want to, read some mystery or detective books, it's again really helpful to develop your critical thinking, which is the main skill that you have to gain in today's world. So, reading physics and chemical textbooks is not just the case. You have to master the essential skills that you have to earn in today's world.
Great. And in your opinion, do people read as nationally as they did in the past?
In my opinion, no, absolutely not. If you look back in, couple decades ago, you'll see the persons who read, classics, very much romances and dramas and so on, fiction books. But nowadays, every teenager on their phones playing video games, a PlayStation, going to play outdoor activities, maybe. Book is not as much popular as it was in, 30 years ago. So mainly books were very popular in 20th century, not only in Kazakhstan but worldwide. So the writers like Dostoevsky and Tolstoy, who else? Kafka have really fiction books to read about.
Great. And how do most people read books today? In hard copy or ebooks?
From my personal experience, I've seen people who read these books on Kindle. It's a little device when you download your book and start to read. They say it's convenient because of they're very thin and you can go and travel them wherever you want. It's not like 50, 60, 100-page book. So it's a really convenient way. But if you want to experience the real atmosphere of that book and feel the person's characters, feelings, and everything in that book, you should read the traditional type of book.
And my last question. Do you think that traditional books will be replaced by tablet reading in the future?
That's a tricky one, I think. Well, again, maybe. There might be some people who will, depending on their job experience and when they work, what field they work in. So if they work in as writers or producers, there will be a huge unemployment problem in the near future. So tablets wouldn't be any option for future, I think. But again, youngsters are really keen on reading on tablets, and they can use it very appropriately and accurately. So they can download the book and use it fully, so that they can gain every knowledge from that book. But elders can't use it properly, so there might be some problem and issue with the system.
Okay, thank you. That was part of part three. You can read the book. Don't read the book.
Thank you.
That's fine.
So, fine, right? And your name is?
Well,
Anwar. Okay. Okay, you have 2 minutes.
I didn't ask for permission, but
Yeah, I noticed that. We'll change it later.
okay, thanks.
You are. So, you are fine, but. Okay.
You like spending time by yourself? Yes, I do like spending time by myself, and I would say that I enjoy doing that. And that keeps me some chill.
And what do you do?
I just have a lot of activities that I have to do when I'm alone. So first of those is doing math. I love doing math. And the second one is just listening to music while doing the math. That helps me kind of think more clearly, I'd say. And the second one is to read books. I know that might sound kind of obvious, but I do that a lot, and that gives me some relaxation.
And when was the last time that you spent time by yourself?
Literally today before yesterday, I've spent the entire day by myself preparing for an Olympiad, and it went pretty well.
Good. And would you like to spend more time when you want?
I would say yes, but not at home, because spending time at home, also being alone, it's kind of boring. But if you are outside and in the nature or hiking, in that situation, being alone kind of gives you some energy, lets you feel free, and yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. And now it's time for part 2. We will sit at the timer and you will speak for about 2 minutes. You can start now.
So it was a sunny July of 2024. I was in Almaty, and I was there for one purpose. I was having some courses on preparing for an SAT. There I've been for 2 months. So the situation that happened to me was I was planning to go on hiking on mountains by myself, as I mentioned before, like the chills. But the heavy rain didn't let me do that because when it's raining on the mountains, you cannot have a hitchhiking. You can do nothing because it will be very slippery and you can just fall down from everywhere you step on. So this happened to me. Actually, I was planning to go on Gojo, if you know that. Yes, I was planning to go there, but as you might see, the weather has just ruined all my plans. And that day went not pretty bad because at the evening I played football with my friends outdoor. So I'd say that yeah, the weather was really bad at that day because it was really scary to walk on the trail, even though there were a lot of people around you. But yes, I'm not regretting about that because the day after that I went there for hiking and I got some goosebumps because of the nature of Almaty. It's very beautiful, and yes, that's it.
Great. Now it's time for part three. My first question for you will be, does the weather affect your mood?
I wouldn't say so because the only reason that affects my mood during the day is how I start the day and the way how environment looks doesn't really affect my mood and the way how I treat people.
And which activities are popular in your country in different cities?
There are a variety of activities in Kazakhstan they can do in different cities. For example, in Almaty during the winter, as you might know, you can go on snowboarding, you can go on skiing, and do a lot of things on mountains. While in South Kazakhstan, we do have some complexes, but it's hard to get to there. In South Kazakhstan, because of that, you have to stay at home and do some other activities, let's say. In Astana, I would say, I guess that city is kind of boring, even though it's modern, but there are so many buildings, but there is no nature that I would love to see in every city. So people of those cities, I guess they just have some walls and shoppings in malls. And in the western part of our Kazakhstan, you might know there's a lot of water right there, and they have some sea, and there they can have some entertaining things to do, and that's it.
Great. And so, how does the weather influence different jobs?
Weather influences all of us, physically or mentally, but influence of the weather on different jobs is differs very badly. I'd say, for example, if you are a constructor and there's the weather outside being very bad, you can go out and keep on working because you have to wait for the rain or snow to stop. And if you are some sort of a teacher or an office manager, the weather doesn't affect you a lot unless it's some sort of heavy thunderstorm or some storms like that. Yeah, it depends on your type of work, where you work, and the environment that you were working in.
And do you think people should be more worried about climate change than they are?
Absolutely yes, because nowadays people are not really aware of how Earth is drifting to be in very complex situation. I mean, we're seeing some clear and obvious reasons why we have to stop using gas and petroleum, but people are seeking for cheap options, aiming on saving some money, meanwhile just killing our planet. So in my opinion, people have to be more aware of where we're drifting. everything now.
Great. And is the government doing anything about climate change in your country?
Yeah, absolutely, yes. My government and some activists in my country are doing really well. I mean, I'm in it also because I'm also helping to prevent my country from climate change by myself because of the government, because they told me that this drift is dangerous for us, so we have to do something about it. And that's the reason I think that government is doing pretty well.
Great. And my last question. Do you think it's the responsibility of the government or individuals to reduce climate change?
That's a tough question. I guess it's equally dependent on government and citizens of the country. Because if government doesn't take any measures to prevent the country from climate change, there won't be any change. So if the citizens of the country won't take any measures of that, there will be also some sort of problems with that. So I guess that's the reason why it's equally dependent on all either government and citizens of the country.
Thank you. And that was the end of speaking part 3. You want me to go?
Can I know your name?
I'm allowed.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Please take your seat. One seat here and the second one here.
So your name is?
Dr. Goya.
Dr. Goya. Okay. Your name is? Okay, guys, you're welcome. There we have like 10 cards, speaking cards, okay? Each one with different questions. Each of you will have to choose one speaking card, okay? Those cards, they're like three parts. Each of them will be given like 2, 3, or 4 minutes each. And then you have to deliver your speech, okay? After the time the point you take your speaking card, you will have 2 minutes for your preparation, okay? So basically you have 2 minutes to look through the questions and make up your speech, okay? So who will be the one choosing the card? Yeah, who will be first? Okay. You have 2 minutes. You can have your seat and prepare for 2 minutes. to prepare for all C plus. Only for part one. The whole thing. So your time is up.
Your card number is
Screen card time. Okay. Should I move closer?
I'll ask the questions.
Okay.
Let's start with the first question. What is your country famous for?
Well, I live in Kazakhstan, and in Kazakhstan we have a very beautiful nature. So I would probably say it's nature. Each region has its own unique nature. For example, in the south and west regions we have deserts, and on the east regions we have the lakes like Taysan. It's very beautiful and it attracts many tourists every year. And specifically, I would say I live in South Kazakhstan, in the city of Turkestan. I would say our region is famous for its beautiful mountains, especially in the region of Almaty, where you can see it very closely and you can relax by watching it.
Right. And is it an interesting place to live?
It's an interesting question to answer, but I would say yes, because if you arrive in Kazakhstan, we have people who are very welcoming, and especially in the city of Turkestan, we are now the center of our region, and we have many places to go, many historical places, as Turkestan have deep historical roots, and so you can all see them and go through them, and have our special guides that will help you to explore the world of Turkestan.
Great. And are you planning to live there in the future?
That's the question I expect. Yes, I'm planning to live there in the future, but I'm planning to study in the abroad countries and return to Kazakhstan to work there and live.
Right. And now it's time for part two. We'll speak for about 2 minutes. Let's set up a timer. You can start now.
Okay, In part two, I given the question that what type of plant I like. Most people say that it's Kızılırmak or something, but I will say it's Sixeol because of its greatness. It grows in the unique place in desert, and not every plant can grow there, and it's very large and magnificent. And it can also be served as the fuel for the people. It has many branches, and for me it's a symbol of greatness, and it's very hard to break, and I like it.
Good at all?
Good.
We still have many back.
Most people think that Sisal is not a beautiful flower, beautiful tree, but I guess I'm the exception. For me, I see in it the greatness, its magnificence, and its importance, its significance for our people. And I think it's a unique tree that should be preserved in the future for our kids.
Great, thank you for that. Now it's time for part 3. So, is it common for people to have gardens where you live?
Well, it depends on what region you live. In the city of Turkestan, I wouldn't say we have many gardens, but in Almaty, which is also considered as the south region of Kazakhstan, there are many gardens and there are many fresh air. So I would say no.
And do you think it's important to have gardens or parks in our cities?
Yes, definitely. It's a good idea to spend time with your friends or with your family, to walk, to see the new places. And I think it's also important to improve our relationship with our family, and it's generally healthier to walk in gardens.
And what are the other benefits of spending time in gardens or parks?
Well, for the people who are working and who are very busy, it's very healthy and important to spend time in gardens because they will not think about their work. They will only relax and watch the nature, watch the trees, and it's the place where most couples are spending their time. Also, I would say one benefit of spending time in gardens is that the fresh air is very significant for our health. I would say.
Okay, thank you. And what plants are important to the economy of your country?
I wouldn't say our country's economy depends on plants, but I will say that the plants, the likes of Kızılırmak, are very beautiful and they attract people. And the people can spend their time, can entertain themselves, can watch the nature, can watch the beautiful flowers in the mountains, and spend time there. Also relax and have fun with their friends.
Okay, great. And how can people be encouraged to grow their own food?
Nowadays, most people don't believe in the supermarkets because they think their products are harmful or they are grown in not natural way with the drugs. And I think it's very relatable idea to encourage people to grow their own plant. In that way, they will be convinced and they will not think about. They will eat healthy plants that they grow by their own, and there will not be such a problem.
Great. And my last question: why is it important to conserve the world's plant species?
As a human beings, we live in our planet Earth for many billion years, and it's unfortunately we have lost most of our flora and fauna, and the last remaining species of that flora and fauna should be preserved because it has its unique role, its unique part in the nature. We are also a part of the nature, and so we shouldn't harm the other parts of the nature and live in harmony with them.
Great. That was the end of 3. Thank you for your time. Now we can choose your card. You have 2 minutes to prepare. Go to the slides. Continue. What's the time?
7.
Find it first. So let's start with one. First question. Which is more important to your friends or family?
I think it's more important my family because they are never always support me and develop me, and I grow up.
And do you have a small or large circle of friends?
I think I have a small circle of friends, and I have only a platform of 6 real friends. And with my friend, I need any categories.
And who was your best friend at school?
Can I see? I say here.
Yes.
My best friend is Ағылшын. He's very kind and very smart. He's always with me. Yeah, that's all.
What sorts of things do you like to do together? What kind of things do you do together?
Well, every time we go to the gym, we exercise, and we are just walking over school.
Okay, great. And now it's time for part 2. We'll set a timer and we will speak for 2 minutes. So if you can start that. Please continue.
The person who is happy to me, I think it's my mother. Her name is Rosa. Can I say another?
Can you repeat?
No, another person. It's my friend. That's Abraham. It's my friend and my best friend. Who is not this person. I studied with him, and I met him 3 years ago at school, and I know that's a great person. And
Okay, then let's move on to part 3. So my first question on part 3 would be, what types of relationships other than with friends or family are important in people's lives?
I think it's on job around the workers. And
Okay, and do you think it's important for people to spend time alone?
yeah, I think it's important because spending time alone, you are more focused than when you are in company.
Great. Would you want to continue? My next question. What's the attitude towards marriage in your country? What do people think of marriage? What do they think about marriage? Do they support it? Do they say it's bad or it's good? So, short time, please. If you want to, we can move on to the next question. How have attitudes towards, do most young people in your country plan on getting married? Do young people want to get married? For example, you or your friends, do you want to get married?
The fun at 25. And another ones who's studying in class, they don't see. They don't need haircuts.
Okay. What's the reason for it? Can you tell us? So why girls don't want to get married and boys want to get married?
I think it's
Okay, and my last question for you. So what do you think about divorce? Do you think it's a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it's good and bad. If you couple, it's very if you're couple, but both you or don't feel you can divorce. him. And if you don't comfortable with him, you you can live with him all the time. Yeah.
Okay, great. That was the end of part 3. Thank you for your answers. You are free to go. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, слышим немного, технику, самый больше, он чего сказал. Ладно, ничего, другого. Когда вы идете оставаться, областные информации, около регионов.
So please take your seats. One please sit here and the second one here. Or the second row. Yeah, you can sit here. Yours. Okay, let us explain the rules. Rules are simple. We will speaking session contains 3 parts. First part, we will ask you questions, some general questions. And so on the second part, you'll be speaking by yourself on the given topic for 2 minutes. After that, there's part 3. We will have to give us detailed answers about the topic on the part 2. You have to choose random cards, speaking cards, and all the questions will be on the card. You have 2 minutes to prepare for your speech. After that, we will continue speaking. So now we have to choose who will start the first. Okay, please choose your card. Then you'll have 10 minutes to prepare, and we will continue this week.
Your name is? What's your name?
Isaac.
And
And your card number is?
Isaac.
Your card number is?
7.
7.
Your name is?
Ezekiel.
So the final session.
Yeah.
We can start. So, you can sit down. I'll ask the questions on part one, and only on part two you will be speaking by yourself. Okay? My first question: which is more important to you, friends or family?
For me, family is more important than friends because I spend more time with my family and members of my family know me more.
And do you have a small or a large circle of friends?
No, I never have a small or large circle of friends.
And who was your best friend at school?
At school, my best friend is my classmate. Her name is Nora, and you spend a lot of time together, and sometimes she comes to my home.
And what sorts of things do you like to do together?
Things which you like to do. Maybe watching movies or cook together because when I spend time with his it's interesting for me to think as well.
Great. Now it's time for part two. Now you should speak by yourself for 2 minutes. When I set up a timer, then you can start immediately. Okay, you can start.
People about who I want to tell you is my mom. My mom is an extremely important person in my life because I spend more time with my mom and she knows about my struggles and a lot of my time I tell her about my day, my very difficult types of situations. I tell her, and then I think she is a very kind person in my life, but she always helps me and gives me gives me chances to learn more, and she herself is a teacher, Russian language teacher, and she at home she learned me Russian language, and sometimes you together talk about her subjects. I think that's it.
Now it's time for part three. What types of relationships other than with friends or family are important in people's life? So we have our friends, we have our families, and other than them. Who are important? What kind of relationships are important in our life?
I think it may be classmates. For me, classmates is not best friends, but also types of relationships, and they're also important in my life. And I think for other people, it's also that. All of the types of relationships may be important in people's life because it helps to communicate with others and would recognize communication or relationships with others, and it helps for people's growth and if people would communicate all types of relationships helps for them, and I think other than friends and family, maybe an important relationship is classmates.
And do you think it's important for people to spend time alone?
Yes, of course, I think that. Because when people spend time alone, they understand what they want to do and what they think about their future and who they. And, for example, when I spend time alone, I think about my future and about my future profession or things I like or people who I like. Therefore, I think it's very important and helpful for people.
Mhm. And what's the attitude towards marriage in your country?
I don't understand the question.
Okay. What do people think about marriage? So do you think marriage is important, or do they think that marriage is not important? So what do they think of marriage?
I think it's also important because for people's life, it's maybe bit of their lives.
So okay. And do young people in your country want to get married?
It's a very interesting question, but nowadays women don't want to marry, I think, because at the moment they can themselves can earn money for themselves and sometimes myself I don't want to marry because unfortunately nowadays we have so many problems about that and I think women's for women is horrible situations sometimes and when I hear about information about people who married. I myself don't want to marry.
Great. And my last question. What do you think about divorce? Divorce, when two married people get separated.
I think yes, but in life maybe different situations and all of the people have their opinion and it's maybe different opinions and I can't say about no or yes.
Great. Thank you for your answers. That was the end of this presentation. You are free to go. You can put it back here. So you can choose your card. After that, you start.
Can I choose this?
So now you can.
So your number is
9.
9. So the final. Okay.
So, who is your favorite celebrity?
Nowadays, my favorite celebrity is Ayudos. I don't remember from the surname, but I see, I watched your podcast for 2 months, and I noticed that your mental health is so strong, and his philosophy and the psychology education is good, and he is so well-rounded person for me, and well-educated. That's why I like her.
So, do you like any foreign celebrities?
Yes. I have role model, and my role model is Angelina Jolie, because he is volunteer in United Nations. And also I want to become like her, like diplomat. That's why I love her.
Great. And would you like to get celebrity in the future?
Yes, I think that everyone wants to be celebrated in the future. I want to be a great diplomat in my country and among the other countries.
And do you think we should protect famous people's privacy?
Certainly, because nowadays people become so nervous when they see their favorite celebrity. That's why I think that we should protect their privacy.
And how do celebrities influence their fans in your country?
My grasp of this topic is not good, but I think that celebrity can role model to their fans, and fans can take good behaviors on their celebrity.
And now it's time for part two. You can speak for 10 minutes. We will set up a timer.
Okay.
So you're ready to start now.
Can I describe your about coffee? Not so sure.
You should follow the rules and should be speaking about the shop.
Okay.
Trust them.
I know one shop in my town. It's called Adlet. This shop sold fruits and things that we use household chores. It opened 3 months ago. This shop sells fruits and chocolates, also things that we use household chores. And I think his his design is good. And the name is good because it's called Adlet. And that's why I think, and also it's necessary shop because in my town have less shop. And I think that.
Okay, great. Now we can move on to part 3. My first question. How have people's shopping habits changed over the past 5 years?
People's shopping habits changed to online. People use online shops and they prefer to sell online. Because if people can sell things online, they don't need to build building shops, and that's why I think.
And do you think that more shopping will be done online in the future?
Yes, because nowadays social media is becoming more entertaining, and if we sell things online and do advertisements, it will sell fluently, rapidly.
And will smaller shops survive in the current retail system? So do you think smaller shops can compete with bigger shops?
Yes, if their currency is if their currency will be enough, customers can build big shops.
What can shops do to make shopping more pleasant for their customers? What can they do in order to make the shopping experience pleasant for their customers?
If they decorate things and decorate shops room, this way make customers more entertaining, and they will buy things for views.
And do you think that brand name is very important for sales?
I don't think that nowadays people pay attention to things quality and their views.
Okay, and the last question. Do the young and old have different priorities when they look for products to buy?
Young and old is people.
Yes, people. So young people and old people. Do they shop differently? So do they buy the same thing in different places for different prices from different shops?
Yes, old people gave their preference to not pricey things, and they want to buy things with good high quality, but they also need to less less price.
Right, that was speaking part 3. You are ready to go? You can put your contact.
I hope you will be generous when you do. Hey, well.
So please take your seats. So let me explain the speaking rules. The speaking session composed of 3 parts. You will choose the card speaking content, and there are three parts. On part one, I'll ask you questions, some general questions. After that, on part two, you will be speaking by yourself for 2 minutes, uninterrupted. After that, we'll have part three, where I'll give you some questions, but you will have to give me detailed answers. So, now please choose who will start first. Yes, of course, you can choose a card. After choosing a card, you'll have 2 minutes to prepare, then we'll start speaking. Please take your seat, and your card number is?
4.
4. So you have 2 minutes to prepare, then let's start. You can have your card. You can have your cards, please. So please, sit. Your seat. So let's start with part one. Which city or region are you from?
I'm from just regional city. That's southern city in Kazakhstan.
And what is the best thing about your city or region?
For me, we don't have any interesting things, but best thing about my region is people here.
And what would tourists find interesting in your home region?
My region is very small, but best interesting and best thing in our region is our family culture.
Great. Now it's time for part two. You'll be speaking for about 10 minutes by yourself and move to the behind. If you're ready, you can start your speech now.
Can I prepare for a minute?
You can. So let's start speaking. So you have 10 minutes. Please.
It was in this holidays, in this weekend. I saw it in TikTok. That's some meme about some guy. But that was interesting for me. I don't think people can find it interesting. That's
just his speech and pronunciation. I found it interesting because he has the funny accents. Those like mix of French and Australian English. I thought it was interesting because of that accent. So, and this guy told some history from some situation he was in. So, that was interesting because of his accent and this situation.
Okay, great. Now let's move on to part 3. So, my question, what are the most popular social media sites in your country?
Most popular social media sites, for now, it's TikTok, I think, and Instagram, because just everyone from the babies for old people use it.
Mhm. And do you think it's important to be on social media?
I would say so, because I don't really understand why people want to be share with their own lives on social media.
Mhm. And do you agree that social media companies should be responsible for all of the content on their platforms?
Because people should be responsible for the content they share with other people. That's not that thing what companies should do with.
Mhm. Okay, great. And my last question, who should be responsible for controlling social media companies?
I don't know for the accounts, I think, because
Mhm.
no one can control us.
So who should set the rules, for example, who should set the laws, regulations for social media companies?
All users, I think, because they can. So people can disagree with some decisions, but one decisions listen for against of all users.
Mhm. Great. So that was end of our speaking part. You can put your card back here and you're free to leave. It's your time to put the card.
I can go with.
Yes, of course.
Have a nice day.
Please.
Have fun.
And 3 minutes, okay?
I forgot my.
Yes, you can take it.
Dollars,
country against war?
That's a fascinating question, and I think there's a lot of things from which our country is famous. But in my opinion, the most interesting and most unforgettable thing is our traditions. Our traditions is going on and since lots of for lots of centuries, and I appreciate that our society yet has had it.
And where do you live in your country?
I live in a house in Kazakhstan, in the region of Oblast.
And is it an interesting place to live?
Of course, it's very interesting place to visit because even if it's a village, we have lots of interesting things and our nature is really incredible. And we have mountains and rivers, so this is the richness of our country. And we also have the
Great. And are you planning to live there in the future?
It's curious, but to be honest, I'd like to visit another countries and even maybe I would live there, but of course it's my motherland. And I like to live there and of course to develop our country to make it famous.
Okay, great. It's time for part two. We'll be speaking for about 10 minutes. Let's have a timer. So you can start the first question.
I need to repeat the question.
No, you don't need to read or repeat. You can just talk by answer. Please start.
To be honest, I don't really into with the flowers and the plants and also biology, but as a girl, I of course like the flowers by their appearance and their smell. And the flower I like mostly is lilies. I think they're something else. They look like they're out of this world. And I like their smell very much. Also, you can save them as a memory and hold on your book and then remember maybe the person who gifted this tribute. It looks very beautiful as every flower, of course, but it's also very colorful and I mostly like the light in this. And I also like this because I have the movie character, whose name is Lily. She's from the fantasy movie Harry Potter, and she was the mother of the main character. I've seen this a lot of times because my mother is a teacher and she has saved this from her students.
Great, thank you for the answer. Now let's move on to answer. My first question. Is it common for people to have gardens where you live?
Yes, as I said before, I live in a town and lots of people have their own gardens and they do like it, they really admire to look for the plants and vegetables, fruits also. Because they really appreciate the chance of growing them by themselves And then have their fruits and vegetables too.
Great. And do you think it's important to have gardens or parks in all cities?
Yes, of course. I think the gardens and parks in our cities give us a way of artificial nature, even if it's not exist by nature. People can make them by ourselves, and it's the same as the common wisdom. It's also very, very healthy to your body, and you can relax in this way.
And what are other benefits of spending time in gardens or parks?
I think when you sit in a garden or in a park and just read something or maybe listen to music, it's more easy to concentrate. And even without these things, if you only sit and just think, you can find some solutions to your difficulties.
And what plants are important to the economy of your country?
These plants are, I think, vegetables and grains, also legumes and fruits. But however, I think it's important not only for our country, it's a mission for all countries and for our land also. So with this, we provide our people with healthy products.
Okay, great. And how can people be encouraged to grow their own food?
It's very easy. They only need to have some land, and in there they can grow everything they want. But also they need to always water them and take care of them as it's something really
Okay, great. And my last question. Why is it important to conserve the world's plant species?
we always need to remember that the plant species are also alive things, and even if they are not people or animals, they also have the soul, and we always need to we should not forget that only with the help of plant spices we can rest and breathe. And also, we don't have the oxygen, so there are the way we can have life, and we need to appreciate them and always take care of them. So it's our choice at the end, but remember this. And if you and last thing I like to say the that. She said that the best way to predict the future is to predict it.
Okay, thank you very much. That was our speaking session. You can put it there again. Repeat it.
соларды бірінші жерде жазып мен
Сіз тура жаңа фразаны сіздің дұрыс. The names?
Those are entrepreneurs. Oh, okay, mind that. Entrepreneurs. And okay.
So let me explain the rules of speaking session. Speaking session is composed of 3 parts. You will choose a card from here. After that, you have 2 minutes to prepare. Then we'll start speaking. And on part 1, I'll be asking the questions, some general basic questions. Then on part 2, you will be speaking for 2 minutes. Then we will move on to the part 3, where I will give you questions and you have to answer with some details. So it will be more complex than part 1. So now you have to decide who will start first. You can start. Please.
We're from part 3.
Here, all the questions from all 3 sessions, 3 parts. You'll choose, then you'll have 2 minutes to prepare
For all the questions?
for all the questions. So we can start speaking after 2 minutes. So,
Speaking card number.
Card 1. I couldn't. What kind of place is it?
can you repeat the question?
What kind of place is it? Like, what I have to talk about? What a place? Where?
So basically, you have to talk about your town or village or region.
So the place?
Yeah. So your favorite place, like what kind of place is it? The most interesting part, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
Or you can just replace first and the second question. You will start by speaking about your town and village. After that, I'll explain what kind of place. You can start by the second question.
Do I have time?
Yes, 2 minutes. Okay. For all the questions.
So you first ask a question,
I will ask the questions on part one, and on part two, you will be speaking, and on part three, again, asking questions all about. So, my first question, what's the most interesting part of your town or village?
In my town, there are lots of agriculture things they can do, and also the schools are beautiful. But I would say there are lots of entertainments they can engage in. So I guess that's all. It's a small village, but no more things.
Okay, great, and what kind of place is it?
So the place, I can say one of it, it's a library where my mom works. There are lots of books, including science, STEM, and also philosophy, everything included. So I love to spend time here with my laptop and working here at the same time playing for the programs.
Okay, great. And what kind of jobs do the people in your town or village do?
I have lots of work to do, for example, as a doctor or teacher, everything. So but I would say teachers, most people work here.
And would you say it's a good place to live? And why?
I wouldn't say it's a great place to live because there are no more opportunities to people like the hospitals and also like educational center. For example, learning English. It is impossible to learn English because there are no English centers or like playing abroad universities.
And tell me about the kind of accommodation you live in.
I live on a crowded house where we have animals and everything. So yeah, it's a place, we have 8 rooms, it's a big house where you can do everything after activities and also houseworks, like spend time in nature. Maybe we have grass, trees, lots of kind of stuff.
Great. And how long have you lived there?
I was living there about 10 years because before the time we lived in a village. So we moved here, my parents, because of my parents' job.
And what do you like about living there?
I love people there. They're really kind, and also you know all of them. They can say hello every time you see them, and also hug and talk a little bit more. And also if you're invited, if you're into fashion, you can say them. So you can have a conversation with them. So I love people there mostly.
Yes, that's great. And what type of accommodation would you like to live
In the future.
Yes.
Right, apartments, because I don't like outdoor activities that my parents demand me to do. It's a big requirement. I have a lot of things to do, my studies, and also I work, so it's really hard to balance all of them. So I would rather recommend, and also for myself in the future, to live in an apartment in the city rather than living in a village.
Okay, great. Now it's time for part 2. You'll be speaking for about 10 minutes. So we can start the timer.
No, I can start now.
Yes.
Okay, the thing that I own is very important is my laptop because I bought it for myself. I worked a lot for 8 or 9 months, so I saved my money and then bought it for a laptop for like it's really expensive. Before the time I thought it's impossible to buy a laptop because my parents won't let me to buy it. So it was a great time when I bought it, and also was over the moon buying it because I had lots of chances to do my work better and also to learn new languages, including Arabic and also English, to prepare for my exams, the SAT or IELTS exam. So I had it for 3 months because I bought it in October for my birthday, and I use it mostly for my work. Like I work online, also my students from other countries, and also I study there. Like IELTS, I prepare mostly for IELTS, and also study for the program, summer programs. I'm a high school student. I need to study abroad. It's my ambition to study there. So I prepare a lot of my laptop. So what can I say? So my laptop is one part of me. I spend 8 or 9 hours with it, like half of it for work and half of it for studies. I also spend time to just search like YouTube shorts or TikTok videos because I don't use my like social media in my phone. So it's rather good on laptop. It's a big.
Okay, great. Thank you for answering. Now let's move on to part 3. Is it valuable in terms of money? The thing that your laptop, is it valuable in terms of money?
Yeah, money is everything. Like from my perspective, money can solve lots of problems, including education. Because I know I'm studying in public school, but I would rather, if I was rich, I would study in a library, which is expensive one, which has lots of opportunities for high schoolers. I also, in public school, I studied just 11 years, but they studied for 13 years, which is really good. You can be like individual, where you can find yourself. Now, like studying math and also science, you can also study social sciences and volunteer jobs and knowing more about the world, and also like English spoken school. So money is everything for me. Yeah, money is this for just such things, not about business or education.
Great. And how people's values have changed over time?
I guess right now it's the technology advances. So for let's say artificial intelligence, so we don't have to work a lot and think about some things. We can just search from ChatGPT or also other platforms. For example, for teachers, it's easy to go to Tilly AI and also Magic School, which are really great platforms for people. So it's more like change over time. I think in 2 or 3 years, that is like not people are valuable, but the artificial intelligences are replacing it. Like from my perspective, I don't know actually, but I think it is.
And what kind of things give status to people in your country?
I think money. Every time money. Because it's Kazakhstan, it's Central Asia, it's not just Europe, it's just other countries. We're independent. Because people are independent, not like dependent. We do everything like to be rich. We don't live for comfort. We live like for rich. To be rich, everything we do, we study, but we don't have to think the importance of the studies that we did in life. Just we study to earn money, not just be rich. Everyone is in my country. Everyone's dreaming about being rich and also having a great life, having a big house and like Rolls-Royce cars, and just things.
Okay. And what do you think about the role of advertising?
Advertisement right now is being a marketing, I think. So I work in my company from like Instagram founded, and also they are marketing their courses. Most of the courses are marketing, and also it's not about true advertisement. It's mostly about lying. The lying people, and also the marketing. The role of marketing is just about lying people and just to earn money rather than the importance of this course. For example, from the company that I work. Their marketing system is really great. Like you can say, lots of people come here and they don't get much thing, and then being regretting about, oh, this course is so bad because they trusted in advertisement. So right now it's an issue.
And let's conclude with one last question. Is it possible to advertise social values like kindness, leadership, etc.?
Absolutely yes. For example, from social medias, yes, we have to use social medias in order to advertise kindness. For example, we have lots of organizations, charities. Человек в маске is a person in mask. So this person actually advertises kindness to help people who cannot live the life with it, like equipped things without that great help. So it kind of been advertised by this way, and also leadership. But I don't think we can advertise the leadership because it's a potential, it depends on people. How do they learn and how do they get rid of the barrier and also get out from their comfort zone? Leadership is about this one, so we can advertise it.
Okay, great. Thank you for your answers. That was the end of our speaking session. You are free to go.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I reserve time to choose a card. Please choose one card.
Nothing left.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Which part is it?
Seven.
Ағылшын деген қалай?
So that's your time's up. Let's start this part now. Which is more important to you, friends or family?
To me, it's either friends and family important to me, but I think it's family because family is the persons who are very important to you, and they can help you. They can help you and do your life and your family and your home. I think it's the most comfortable thing and place in your life.
Do you have a small or large circle of friends?
I think it's simple because I don't have many friends. To be honest, in school I don't contact which other classes, and I know the people in my own class, and I have 6 or 7 friends.
And who is your best friend at school?
This girl is Anarchy. I love her like a friend because she's like me. I can say we have both characters. We very have same interests, and sometimes we share with each other in TikTok and social media funny videos and.
And what kind of things do you like to do together?
It's walking together, and we and Anarchy and me, we met only in school, and sometimes we met in parks and yeah.
Great, that was the end of part 1. Now let's open to part 2. You will be speaking for 10 minutes. You can start your speech now.
This kind of person, who is kind. I think my mom, because I really love her. My mom is born me to this, born me, and this person, what I really love, and I very adore her. How I know you know this person? I know this person when I was born, and all the kids, I think, know their moms when they're born. Of course, it's not adopted. What sort of person they are, and explain why you think they are kind.
because my mom is a very kind people to me because she show her kind to me and help me and appreciate me when sometimes when I gloomy she helped me and I share my feelings with her and she very comfortable person with me.
Thank you. Now, time for part three. The first question. What types of relationships other than with friends or family are important in people's lives?
I think good relationship because friends and family is the most needs persons. Friends and family is the one of the most important person in person's life because friends can help you and family is the person what loves you. To be honest, in this world, you can don't be important to other persons if you don't useless because some people can bully you and something. So friends and family is a very important.
Great. And do you think it's important for people to spend time alone?
Sometimes, I think sometimes, because people are not robots and they can get exhausted and their brain need a relax when they feeling sick.
And what's the attitude towards marriage in your country?
To be honest, I don't feel a positive feeling in this relax because I see in TikTok and news of the couple break up or something bad. Husband killed his wife and something. So to be honest, I very scared for my future, and I think it's not very good attitude in my country.
And do most young people in your country plan on getting married?
I think so, but sometimes I think some girls don't plan it to get married. But sometimes boys can kidnap her, with him friends, and get him married. It's sometimes these boys can say it's a part of traditional, but I think it's not a part of traditional, and I think most of young girls is don't plan to get married.
And my last question. In your opinion, should couples be allowed to get divorced?
I think yes, because if you love this person, you can get married with him. You can be together with him if you very love this person. In general, this person will be kind and understand you.
Okay, thank you. That was the standard speaking session. You can put your card right here and go through it. There are 6 1 fingers, come up here. So let me introduce you to the rules for the speaking session. First, I can explain. Then you start. So the speaking session is composed of 3 parts. First, you will choose a card from here, one by one, and you will have 2 minutes to prepare. After that, we'll start our speaking session with part 1, where I will ask you some basic questions. Then on part 2, you will be speaking for about 10 minutes, all by yourself. And on part 3, I will ask you some detailed, complex questions. You have to give me detailed answers. It will be about the topic on part 2. So now you have to decide who will start first. If you like, you can choose a card, then you have 2 minutes to prepare. So please choose. So you have 2 minutes to prepare for all the questions, Then we'll start.
Okay.
You start now. So your name is?
My name is Aslak.
And your speaking card number?
Card number 6.
6.
Your name is? Card number is? 6. Is part 1. How often do you take photographs?
Okay, I often do photographs because I like it. It's so pleasant thing for me because it's a lot of pleasant memories and I like to every day take photography.
And what things do you like to photograph?
I think it's the best memories. When after a lot of years, I see the photograph and I remember all these situations, have all these good things in this year. So
And do you ever take selfies?
yes, I could take photos.
And my last question, what do you do with the photos you take?
I post in my social media, like Instagram, TikTok. I like to post these photos, and with my friends, my families, and me the communicate with election. It's so pleasant for me, and they singing the pleasant words. It's so good, and it's like my hobby when so I like it.
Okay, great. Now it's time for part 2. You will be speaking for 2 minutes. You can start your speech now.
Part 2.
Please start speaking.
I met my friends in Library, and and our hobbies is reading books. We met. We talking with him. We talking with him without communicating, studying and work. It's really interesting and fascinating them for us, and it's give me all the information so and it's so nice for me, and it's just we talking we're talking 2 hours, and it's been so fascinating and unforgettable time, and it's it's funny that we explain each other that how to study abroad, and why you think that study abroad is why you think that is better for you, and it's been so good for me, and so. He's so intelligent person, and for me, it's meeting new people. It's for me. So I like it, and
Okay, thank you. Now let's move on to part 3 then. I'll answer questions. The first question, what age group do you think has the best communication skills? People of what age are good at communication?
I think it's 16 and 18 years old. Because in this age, the teenagers have a lot of energy, and they have motivation to try to know a lot of people, try to open new things for yourself. Yeah? So I think it's 16 and 18 people.
The next question, in your opinion, has technology improved the way we communicate with each other?
Of course. Nowadays, it's part of our life, and we cannot make our life without internet, without technology. So it's really affecting our life. It's affect our opinions, characters, and maybe lifestyle. Yeah. So it's really affect us. So communication is a really important thing in our life, and it's when teenagers. Especially teenagers, a lot of them concentrate in dependent in technology, and they forget about the communicate with people there. So I think it's really effective.
Great. And do you think we have lost any communication skills because of technology?
Yes. Yeah, I think that because I say that many people forget about it and dependent in technology. So I think it's better to find a balance between use of technology and intercommunication.
And how popular is letter writing in your country today?
It's not popular in our culture today, because before 15 or maybe a lot of years, and before a lot of years, we have been popular, but now it's not popular because we use a lot of platforms like Instagram, TikTok, Telegram, yeah. So it's not popular.
And do you think it's very important for children to learn handwriting?
For children, yeah, because they need to write, to learn how to write the letter. It's they will develop their word output. Yeah, so it's for children. It's important.
And last question: How do you think people will communicate in 20 years?
In 20 years, the young people, they can, I think if we communicate in this year, so in 20 years, so they need a lot of friends, closely friends, so they need to communicate. 20 years is so important, and they will communicate. I think, so.
Great. Thank you for your answers. That was the end of our speaking session. You can put it back here and you're free to go. So now it's your time to choose. Choose and
My card is
4. We have 10 minutes to prepare. I think it's done.
Can I start?
Yes, of course. Let's start with part 1. Which city or region are you from?
First, initially, my full name is Rodrigo Berkenazen, but you can call me just Naz. And I'm a 10th grade student of the secondary school named Dr. Kajmukan, Ordavasa district, Padam village. And I have been living in Padam village, located in Semolan, which is Congress in Turkestan Oblast.
Okay, now let's go to the next question. What's the best thing about your city or region?
I can say about my city, it is Shymkent. I really like the city because there are a lot of beautiful places for hang out with someone else and go out with our loved ones or with my siblings or with my best friends to hang out. And also there are very incredible places surrounded by nature. Tosamale, for instance.
Next question. What would tourists find interesting in your home region?
In our home region, there is a town named Ordabasi, and tourists can find it interesting because there are the monuments of 3 bees, Tulbi, Kazbek, and Isaac bees. And this town is very beautiful when we see it in farther than we in our place.
Thank you. Now it's time for part 2. We'll spend a time of 40 minutes and you will be speaking all by yourself. So you can start your speech now. Please start speaking.
On social media, I saw
lot of interesting things, but mostly I made the videos on social media based on English language on TikTok or Instagram apps, and I can watching the such as videos, and I know someone who is very clearly taught English, and I saw it in preceding months, I watched all of her videos based on English, and explain what it was interesting. Because I'm interested in learning English. I find it interesting, and when I learning English, I felt elated to myself. I felt relaxed, and
Okay, thank you. Now it's time for part 3. Let's continue these questions. What are the most popular social media websites in your country?
websites. In our country, Instagram and TikTok and WhatsApp are the most popular social medias in our country, because a lot of people use this social media, scrolling on TikTok and on Instagram apps are the closest thing for me. Next question.
Okay. Do you think it's important to be on social media?
Social media has a double-edged sword, because when we scrolling on such as apps, which I meant, they are can be harmful for our mental health, can be effect for our mental health, and also we can waste our time, but it has some advantage to be on social media. We can find all of things what we want and what we need. And now in social media, it's very social media is very developed by artificial intelligence such as ChatGPT. We can find all of the answers for our questions.
Now let's go to the next question. Do you agree that social media companies should be responsible for all the content on their platforms?
Absolutely, because on social media, maybe cyberbullying among teenagers, and there can be phishing. There can be phishing, and people who show intimidation for others, and that's why I think that companies must be checked for social media.
And my last question, who should be responsible for controlling social media companies?
Who should be? It is said that now people who set on this social media company, they are responsible for controlling this social media. I'm opposed to this thought to this opinion because in nowadays in our century, in my opinion, parents, our parents should be responsible for controlling social media to prevent the cyberbullying among their children and among teenagers.
Okay, great. Thank you for your answers. It was an our speaking session. You're free to go. And pretty thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your time and goodbye.
You can sit here on the second row. Here. And second one here. So let me explain the rules first. So this meeting session is composed of 3 parts, part 1, part 2, and part 3. So first, you will choose a card from here, one by one. You have 10 minutes to prepare for all the questions from all 3 parts. After that, we'll start our speaking session with part 1, where I will be asking you some basic questions, general questions. And on part 2, you will be speaking by yourself on the given topic. And then we have part 3, where I'll again ask you questions, but more detailed and on some complex subjects given on your part 2. So first, let's decide who will start speaking. You should decide.
What?
I want, okay. Any of them?
Let's see.
Oh my God. Excuse me. Okay.
Now you have 2 minutes to prepare for all the questions. So can I know your name? Roshan, right. And your card number? Card number, speaking card number? 4. Your name is? on the right. Start the presentation.
Can you hear it or should I?
You can see. Okay, so let's start with the first question. Which city or region are you from?
I'm originally from Ағылшын, which is the capital of Kazakhstan, so I am living here because of my boarding school, which is located in Turkestan. I think the best thing about my city is offers that opportunity, academic and career opportunity, which the city offers because it's a capital and it's really megapolis. There's a lot of things which always happens there, and it cannot be boring at any time.
So also, what kind of tourist attractions are there in your hometown?
I think the season of the city is the weather. The most, not that often as in past, but here anyways, there's a lot of tourists who are interested in this monument, which is a symbol of our country. I do not really know a lot about this, but this is a good association with my city, I believe.
Okay, what can you tell us about Turkestan? So what kind of tourist attractions can be found in Turkestan?
Turkestan, I have heard that Turkestan is a cultural capital of the Kazakhstan. There's a lot of cultural importance in the city, like historical or social. For instance, it can be the monuments of can be a lot of ancient monuments, and also the new sides of the city, which can include a lot of interesting things for young people.
Okay, great, thank you. Now it's time for part 2, and you will be speaking for about 2 minutes. You can start your speech now.
So last time I saw something interesting on the social media was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. It was a blog of a young woman who lives in Japan, and she cannot, but she's, if I know to say, she's a Kazakh, and she can speak in all languages. I do not believe it at first, but then I looked at podcast on YouTube with her, and she's really trustful, and it was something unbelievable for me because I'm who know only 3 languages and not perfect, and she was so intelligent, and she has some special aura around her, and I considered this as something very interesting for me, something really new and far from being outdated.
Is that all?
I guess yes.
Okay, great. Now let's move on to part 3. My first question, what are the most popular social media websites in your country?
In my country, there is various of different popular social medias, but among the people my age, it's probably TikTok. In TikTok, there's a lot of videos which is short term, so it's easy to distract in this app, and it can be good refreshing after a long day. So I think it's the main reason why people among my age choose a TikTok for using.
Great. Next question. Do you think it's important to be on social media?
I think it depends. For some people who can contribute their social life by using social media, it's really significant. But if social media is just a tool for distraction or only for relaxation, I think it's not very important for certain people.
Next question. Do you agree that social media companies should be responsible for all of the content on their platforms?
I do not think that because social networks are really popular nowadays, and at this day and age, I don't think that social media companies can control every people who consume content or to share their content, but they can. But on the other hand, they can also to block or to reduce the amount of users who should share the not appropriate or dangerous things. So it's 50-50.
Okay, great. And the last question. Who should be responsible for controlling social media companies?
I don't think that it might be a person because even if for a huge comments of managers or I don't know, specialists, this can be a very hard work because as I said earlier, social networks there's a lot and it's very popular. I think it can be soft programs or I don't know, the log programs which can or significant influence which need to control or to abandon person or I don't know, people who just do not do right things.
Okay, thank you for your answers. That was the end of our speaking session. You can put your card back here, and you are free to go. Okay, now it's your time to choose a card. Then you have 3 minutes to prepare. Okay, tell us the number of your card. 9. You have 10 minutes to prepare.
Okay, your time's up.
Let's start with part 1. Who is your favorite celebrity?
One of the person they actually fashionable the singer. Her name is Janar. I think is that she are France. They currently I majority of time I listen to their songs. And also I have a lot of friends and future like sports. When I was younger, I actually interested in this. I also see a lot of in the TV channel, YouTube TV channel. And also, I'm really passionate about my career. I'm now the working person who they addicted to this person. Yeah.
And do you like any foreign celebrities?
Be honestly, I don't think this. I don't think this. But for celebrities, I think that they have a lot of opportunity, and everyone just familiar for a lot of people. And also, I think that a lot of people actually looks their life, looks their true life. I think for celebrities, I don't even know who live in other countries. For this reason, I just actually like their career.
Would you want to be a celebrity in the future?
Yeah, as I said before, I have a lot of plans that I put in the future. One of the main aims to be a singer. I think I'm actually most interested in their life and also their successful life. Their salary will be higher than I think it is. So I think this is actually art. Yeah.
Okay. And do you think we should protect famous people's privacy?
Yeah, the answer I think so. We should protect the famous privacy because people have their own rights in the society. I think so. Everyone just ruin themselves. And even we comes to the Instagram or TikTok, there are people who hate them, who hate their life, who hate their occasion maybe. I think we have to protect and save the privacy because there are also two people, their life and also we don't have even discussion about this topic.
And the last question for part one is, how do celebrities influence your fans in your country?
Yeah, there are honestly a lot of people who actually seems like they're a gorgeous person in our life. Yeah, there are celebrities they know. I think there's a fans that actually influence their life. Also, if the person has a lot of fans and has a lot of supporters, I think the person will be most popular. It's not big country, but also in other country. I think there's having a lot of fans is actually very exciting. And also, everyone just see your life.
Thank you. Now it's time for part two. Now you will be speaking for 2 minutes. We also have a timer. You can start your speech now. Please don't speak.
I'm currently living in the Lagos city. They do not have a lot of shops that I know, but there are a little bit. But I know that one of them is the shops that sell a lot of items such as clothing and also food items like necessary for a lot of people for their educational, such as books and a lot of things like that. When it opened, I think there was if I'm not mistaken, it was approximately 2 months ago. And so I opened comes to this because I have a lot of items to do with this. When I have a free time, I'm actually love to shopping. And also, they are items that they're passionate about, and also such as educational books and magazines. They are something like that educational tool. And also, I'm really passionate about it because I'm like I look at the magazines and books. It's actually close to me, and also feel like very interesting and also pleasure about this when it comes to this installation. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your speech. It's time for part two. And my first question, how have people's shopping habits changed over the past 5 years?
Over the past 5 years, I think there are a lot of people who love to shopping, and shopping is I think is essential to gain your necessary feeling. And also, this habit also this habit also widespread among the people, and also before I'm not considered about this. A lot of people feel there, but recently a lot of people just love shopping and go there with their friends and also with their relatives. I think this habit also will be continuing in the future.
Okay, thank you. And do you think that most shopping will be done online in the future?
Yeah, honestly, I consider that the most shopping will be done online because there are reasons for this. Because online shopping allows us to a lot of opportunities. Just we don't have to navigate all the places and destinations that you have to don't go there. So you just by scrolling TikTok or Instagram, have an opportunity to choose them with your button. And also, I think that in the future, a lot of shopping will be online. It will be online because it is available to search and for those people who, because everyone's sitting in the gadgets, in front of their gadgets. Also, of course, we're going to do it.
Okay, thank you. Will small shops survive in the current retail system? So do you think smaller shops can compete with bigger shops in our system, in our world?
Currently,
Yes.
currently, I think I don't consider about this. Smaller shops have a significant role. But honestly, I think that huge shops, I think they really have a lot of benefits than they compare to smaller shops because smaller shops have a minor things and people often don't can take their stripping, and also huge shops like this place area. I think there's a lot of products for them. So because I think there's currently just catching on to their.
What can shops do to make shopping more pleasant for their customers?
I think there's the shopping more pleasant, especially for a lot of people. And also, it makes our life easier. It has a lot of benefits for our life. I think there's the shops we can consider about their quality of dress or something like that. The sweet items. Yeah.
Okay, do you think that brand name is very important for sales?
Yeah, honestly, that is a crucial topic. That I completely agree with this statement. Yes, I firmly believe that the brand is also play a significant role and among a lot of people. So because currently popular brands also widespread among teenagers and adolescents. I think, yeah, because they actually passionate about their luxury design. And also, for me personally, I think that a lot of people just give there and try to wear especially the brands. Well, yeah.
Okay, thank you for your answers. That was the first speaking session. We are short of time. So you can get back here and we're free to go. Thank you.
Well,
You can sit here and here. Let's start with explaining the rules of speaking session. The speaking session contains from 3 parts. So part 1 is general questions. Part 2 is you speaking about a given topic for 2 minutes. And on part 3, I'll be asking you some questions about part 2. So before starting our speaking session, you'll choose a card from here one by one, and you have 2 minutes to prepare. So who will start first? You have to decide. You will start. Now, you have 2 minutes to prepare for all of the questions. After that, I will start asking questions from part 1. Your name is?
Me?
Your name. Susan. And your card number?
7.
I will walk up to say.
Time's up. Let's start our speaking session. My first question: which is more important to you, family or friends?
Actually, friends and family play a crucial role in human life, and we are the best, our closest people for everyone. And for me, my family is the closest and is the best people because when you have a trouble situation, when you have a problem, I immediately tell my family, and they always give me a hand.
Do you have a small or large circle of friends?
Actually, I'm so social girl, and I have a large circle of friends. And also, we have a lot of common to do, like singing, cooking, or learning English. And also, as I just mentioned, I'm so social girl. I can find friends easily.
Great. Who is your best friend at school?
This is my, her name is Aisha. We have known each other about, if I'm not mistaken, 14 years. And we have a lot of common to do. And also, when I have a problem, when I'm in trouble situation, she always helps me. And also, she gives me a lot of advice to life experience or something like that.
And what sorts of things do you like to do together?
Especially we mostly we talk a lot of things. Maybe it will be relationship or education or but currently all of our talking is or are about our future life. Because now you are studying at 10th grade and you should, and after 1 year, you should pass exams like IELTS or Unity. And all of our topics are about this kind of topics.
Great, thank you. That was the end of part one. Now we'll take a time for 2 minutes. So you can start your speech now. Please start speaking.
In my opinion, everyone has a role model, and my role model is Amanda, who is pursuing her studies at Harvard University, which is prestigious university all over the world. And I think she is so kind because last summer I bought her English course, and like me, Asir is from Aras, and after losing her parents, she didn't give up. She did a lot of things to follow their goals, dreams, and after receiving letter to enter the Harvard University, she decided to go to her hometown, Aras, and I decided to meet with her, and she didn't mind to meet with me, and she gave me a lot of advice how we should know the importance of English, because she states that English is a golden opportunity to follow our old dreams, and it is a door to achieve our goals. And not only she not only gave me advice, but also she gave me notebook from Harvard University.
Great, thank you. Now let's move on to part three. My first question: what types of relationships other than with friends or family are important in people's lives?
In my opinion, it depends on people's situation. Maybe not all people will have good communication with your family or friends. In my case, I have a good communication with my friends or family because our character is suitable each other, and also.
Okay, thank you. The next question: do you think it's important for people to spend time alone?
Maybe yes. Actually, when I'm alone, I do a lot of things like reading a book, listening to music, or listen to podcasts, something like it. And also, when I'm alone, I think that if people alone, a lot of ideas or thoughts will come to their mind, and also being alone clears their head.
Okay, great. And what is the attitude towards marriage in your country?
Can you explain
Okay,
this?
so what do people think about marriage in Kazakhstan? So what do they think marriage is good, or do they think marriage is bad? How thoughts about marriage?
Actually, Kazakhstan appreciate good marriage because, and also in our nation, this tradition, special weddings, is celebrated with many, a lot of relatives or friends, and also they, in my opinion, marriage plays a crucial role in our nation's life.
Next question: how have attitudes towards marriage changed in the past 50 years?
To be honest, I don't know a lot of information about it, but I think our religious tradition has not differences between in past 50 years, but I think the causes of players have changed over the time.
And the next question, do most young people in your country plan on getting married?
Yes, I think so. In today's fast-paced world, a lot of changes have been becoming, and social medias are developing day by day. And a couple of weeks ago, I read information about this topic, and a lot of young people want to marry in their young age, and I think if they are really ready for it, they should do it.
And my last question, in your opinion, should couples be allowed to get divorced?
Yes, because Kazakhstan is an independent country, and everyone has own opinion to do it. And also our Kazakhstan shows the highest level in the world, which shows high level of diversity. And I think it is not correct for them, because you should appreciate each other, and you should reduce misunderstanding, and other couples don't do it, and that's why they decide to do it.
Okay, thank you. That was the end of part 3. Thank you for your time. You can go and please put the card back on the list.
Thank you. Goodbye.
So we have 10 minutes to prepare. That is something. Your name is? And your second card number? So, let's start off speaking. Part one. You can find it first. So, do you lead a healthy lifestyle?
Okay. Honestly, personally, I refuse it from eating sweets, like something like that, because it affects our face, and that healthy lifestyle is important in our life. Everyone's not, but now we need to be more responsible for that. We need to take responsibility for our health, and I'm just trying to eat non-gluten products. Also, as my family is doing it, and we a lot to do and to refuse from sweets because we're obsessed with these things like chocolate, cakes, for example. So,
Thank you. Let's move to the next question. What do you do to keep your faith safe?
I'm doing engaged sports like volleyball, and I'm playing in the club. I have a team, and we're playing in competitions. And also at home, I just into calisthenics. You know, sport calisthenics. I love that sport because it's based on core strength, and you can be more, and you need to train your mobility. You have more stretch in your legs that helps me in volleyball. So I think volleyball and calisthenics is a good choice for me.
Okay, great. And have you ever had any unhealthy habits?
Yeah, I. When I was a child, I really liked to watch some movies with my grandmother instead of doing something like other kids do. And also, I didn't know even balance between my study or sport and household chores. So I sleep many times, like 4 hours in a day, while my classmates sleeping like 8 hours in a day. So it was really unhealthy for me. It had effect on my face, on my body, and I needed to get more healthy.
Okay, great. Which one is more important to you, fitness or a healthy diet?
Both of them needs to be in a people's life because fitness is like a tool of relaxing when you're depressed to get rid of stress, yeah. And healthy diet is good for your body to be able to do something and get more energy from it. Yeah. You need to find the balance between healthy diet and fitness. We need to do together. You can't like only doing fitness and eating something gluten or sweets. It's just that like you're all day wasting it in the gym, but then it's something unhealthy and it's just really wasting.
Great. So that's the end of part one. Now let's move to part two. The rules of the timer. You should speak for about 10 minutes on the given topic. Please start speaking.
Okay. As I mentioned, I play volleyball, and I'm really grateful for my father that he taught me, and playing it for 6 years. And I'm really excited to do it every time. Every time. I love this teamwork, how we talking to each other, advice to each other where it's time out, and I do it in school and in other schools, going to competitions, and I have a lot of friends because of volleyball. I think I'm an introverted human, so it has affected me. Like I get more friends. In sports. I'm doing it with my classmates, and the girl who's sitting with me is also into volleyball, and we just talking about it all day. Like the set, the pass, the serve, the plays of national and international plays. I love these volleyball players and just getting inspired them to be like Yuji Nishida, maybe, okay, and Ranta Hashi.
Good, thank you. That's great. How can they improve their health?
I think first of all they need to find what's the problem in their health, and then they need to start from the petty that scale, like just eat less in a day, or maybe doing some exercise, physical, not much, and keeping it by day. Also, just find a community that keeping and doing these things for their health. I think that's all.
And what are some popular ways to keep fit in your country?
People in our country are also doing sports, or all of them. I can say that they're unhealthy because now they all open their eyes and seeing that no one's care about their health and just doing sports, physical activities, going to the gym, and just starting to eat more healthier, and junk food is not even actual first time. In my hometown, all people are just doing everything to be healthy, and not all of them, but mostly majority.
Okay. And do you think there will be more or less illness in the future?
I think we'll do less because I recently have found out that scientists created something from the cancer, and I think if we are going to be more healthier and we don't have any illness, scientists will find a lot of things to get rid of this illness, and just keeping your body fit and eat healthy food is also, I think, all the things that we can do in this life.
Why do so many people suffer from stress-related illnesses?
I think it's more famous in the city because in the city it's fast-paced life. You need to be like them, like speedy, and just not to be after them. Yeah, and also you can just breathe fresh air in the whole region, or so I think that most of the people need to just give them rest in nature, because you're all time working and working. It's just you have this full of necessary things, unnecessary things, and all of them, and stress, depression, anxiety. Yeah.
And my last question. What makes a good doctor?
I believe that good doctor is the people and the human beings that not only doing their jobs, but they support their patients in time they're doing operation maybe, or just telling something before operation, also advising, not only judging them, just what you did in that. I think, but on the other hand, good doctor that is doing their things and just they're not responsible for that, making people happy or just support them. They just need to do their works.
Okay, thank you. That was the end of our speaking session. You can put your card back on the desk. You're free to go.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello. Please sit here. And you can sit here. Okay, let me explain you some rules for speaking session. Speaking session is composed of 3 parts, part 1, part 2, and part 3. First of all, you choose a card from here, before one by one. Then you have 3 minutes to prepare for all of the questions, from part 1 to part 3. After that, I'll start asking questions starting from part 1. And on part 2, you will be speaking by yourself for 2 minutes. Then on part 3, I'll be asking questions about the topic on part 2, from part 2.
We can answer only with one sentence or
So on part 1, you have to answer short, briefly. However, on the part 3, you have to answer, give me detailed answers and complex answers because there are that kind of questions. So after choosing a card, you'll have 2 minutes to prepare. Then you'll start speaking. So now please decide who will start first.
if I go second, does that mean I have additional seconds?
No, there's no difference. So first one should have to choose a card from here and prepare. After completing the first one person, then we will move into the second one. So you will do one by one. Okay, you can choose. Okay, great. So your name is? And your speaking card number?
2.
2. Second one. Bruno, you have 10 minutes to prepare. After that, we will start our speaking session. by yourself. So you can keep your speaking button and that's it. So let me start from our one. And first question, do you prefer to read books or online books?
When the word bloggers comes to mind, I instantly think of first influencers, because most of the time I encounter them on Instagram, so no, I do not like them, and I prefer reading books.
Okay. What's your favorite subject to read about?
My favorite subject is a genre of fantasy and fiction, but my favorite subject is found family. I like reading about people finding their own person, people that match with them out in the world.
Great. Did your parents speak to you when you were a child?
Unfortunately, no, because my family is very big. I have 3 sisters and a brother, so there's 5 of us, including me. So my parents did not have time to read.
Would you give a book as a gift?
Well, if I knew they were a fellow bookworm as me, I would, but I don't think it's an appropriate gift if you don't think that person enjoys reading books, so no, I wouldn't.
Okay, thank you. That was this and part 1. Now we will continue with part 2. I'll start the timer, then you will start your speech. You have to speak for 2 minutes. So please start speaking now.
The recent book that I read was Little Woman by Daniel Defoe. I bought this book from Marvin when I traveled to Astana on my winter holidays. It's about 3 sisters, March sisters. I found this book very relatable because I also have my own sisters, and this feeling of having family, your sisterhood is very dear to me. This book felt really relatable to me, and the effects that this book had on me wasn't resounding, but it still did give me thoughts to think about. The main protagonist is Jo, and I see myself in her because she's also an ambitious girl, deep middle child, and she wants to go and travel around the world. And one of the things I found likely about her is that even though she does not support the ideals of her sisters who want to marry rich and want to live a peaceful life, she still respects them, she still loves them. And that's what I respect the most about her, and I would like to think that I'm that kind of person. She also traveled. She also traveled the world and went to study abroad, and that's my plan. And so this reading about this gave me motivation, and I felt motivated really.
Okay, great. Okay, now let's move on to part 3. My first question. Do people in your country like to read books?
I think the population or the part of the population that likes reading books are old people mostly, because nowadays social apps, media like TikTok and Instagram has spread around amongst young people. So no, I don't think that people in the country like to read books.
Great. What are the most popular types of books?
Well, if this question is asking around the world, I would say that like fictional books are the most popular because most of the people who read books are children, and they would find the fictional fantasy worlds the most enjoyable. But also the second most popular, I would think, motivational books or psychological books that people or graduates like me can read to get inspiration.
Great. My next question. Do you think it's important for people to read books?
I think it's very important and should be a big, significant part of our life, because through reading books, we can develop our creative thinking skills and sharpen our mind. Thanks to reading books, I learned English, and thanks to that opportunity, I now get to go to Olympiads, meet new people, make new friends. So I think it's important to read books.
Okay, great. In your opinion, do people read as much nowadays as they used to in the past?
No, because as I've said before, unfortunately now social media is really popular, and this is the mass media that we consume right now. And so books don't even come up with like hard copies. So I don't see much people in libraries now, as I would think I would encounter in the past.
Okay, great. And how do most people read books today? In hard copy or on a tablet?
Since we've reached the peak of technology's development, I think most people read on tablets, me myself included, because getting a hard copy is really difficult. Libraries cannot be big enough to have international books. And so that's why I use my telephone or notebook or tablet to read books.
Mhm. And my last question. Do you think that traditional books will be replaced by tablet reading in the future?
I think we're already on the way of replacing hard copies with telephones and cell phones, because it is very reliable, and you can carry it around with yourself. You already do carry around your cell phone, so you can open up a book when it's the most convenient to you. It's the question of convenience, and I don't think it's that much of a problem to replace traditional books with tablets, because even though it has setbacks, I think it has more advanced ways.
Okay, thank you. That was part 3. Now you're free to go. You can just put your back on the desk. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now it's your time to choose. Or you can finish anything. Okay, please have a seat. Your names. And your speaking card number. What's the total?
4.
Your time's up. Let's start speaking about one. My first question to you. Which city or region are you from?
Well, I'm from Shingen City, which is full of all friendly people, and it's common seeing them greeting people who are coming from other countries with smile.
And what is the best thing about your city?
Well, Actually, I think the best thing in my city is that it's quite on a high level of producing meat. I mean, precisely I'm from Kerala, which is well known for its agriculture as well as meat production, and I think it's the best thing.
And what would tourists find interesting in your home region?
Actually, I think it's the many types of trees because I see in any other regions it's like seeing trees including apple or some other fruit trees isn't like ubiquitous at all, and in general I think it's nature.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you for your answer. Now it's time for part two. I'll give you 2 minutes. Time to speak directly. Once again, please start your speech.
So I'd like to talk about a thing that I found particularly interesting that I saw on social media. The video was about social reproduction. Actually, first I heard about it from my mentor while I was writing my essay for the YYGS summer program. And actually, she talked about it a little bit and then asked me to kind of research it further. And like it was particularly interesting because it was something new for me and common in my country. For example, it turned out that social reproduction is thing when you like kind of choose the job that your mom is currently working on. And in my village, for example, we have the same problem. For example, a friend of mine, she's going to study in a medical field because she rose in a medical family. And such jobs, including teacher and doctors, is kind of white collar job in my country. And after that, I kind of concluded that I will choose not being a teacher or a doctor, but being outside of my box. And eventually, I decided to become an engineer because my hometown is quite well developed in terms of building some hospitals or private schools, but it's fairly behind being good at technology. And I think that's all.
Okay, great. So let's move on to part 3 then. My first question, what are the most popular social media websites in your country?
Definitely it is TikTok because many teenagers as well as some juveniles are using them, and it's common seeing them being absorbed by their phones just by scrolling some social medias instead of striking up conversation with each other or just simply reading books.
Okay. And do you think it's important to be on social media?
It depends on the time of that certain people. For example, there are some people who may not have allocate enough time to kind of post some photos, for example, on Instagram. However, there are some people who really earn that much money. I mean, they could use social media in order to earn some money.
Okay, great. And do you agree that social media companies should be responsible for all of the content on their platforms?
Well, actually, yes, because children are not necessarily watching some videos which include some suicide scenes, which may impact their mental health negatively. Therefore, it is important to kind of control. Companies should be responsible for all the content on social media.
Great. And who should be responsible for controlling social media companies?
Actually, it's probably government because, and I mean, they are the only people who can impose some regulations about prohibiting that particular content. Therefore, I think it's probably.
Okay, thank you for your answers. That was end of part 3. You are free to go. You can put your card back in.
Соңғы сұрақ қойдыңыз. Неге келмеген кеп қалдыңыз? Сондықтан соңғы осы шүрек.
So please take your seats. First, you can sit here, here, and there. Here. Second row. Okay, let's start our speaking session with explaining the rules. So as you can see, you will choose card from here. There are three parts. There are 3 parts of our speaking session. Part 1 is general questions that I'll ask you. And on part 2, you will be given topic, and you have to speak about the topic for about 2 minutes. Then on part 3, I'll ask you questions regarding the question on part 2. So now you have to decide who will go first and who will go second, and who will go third. You will be answering one by one, so you won't have any kind of preparation. So there's no difference between first question. So who will be the first? After one person chooses a card, she will have time for preparation for 2 minutes. After that, we'll start speaking.
Can I be the first?
Yes, of course. After you've done your speaking, you are free to go. So.
And 2 minutes here.
Yes, you have to make prepare. Your name is? And your speaking partner? Number 2.
Do we have the gap between parts?
No.
There's no names. You have to cover all the questions.
Am I allowed to look at the questions while I'm answering?
Yes, of course. Okay, let's start. So my first question, do you prefer to read books or online books?
Yes, I'm really keen on reading books. I've been reading books since I was 10 because I found social media and phones in general boring. So I started reading when I was 10. I was really keen on reading detective books. And my mom used to buy me tens of books a day, and I would spend a month reading them.
Okay, what are the other subjects that you like to read about?
Mainly I read literature because I find it quite, mind developing. But I also enjoy reading nonfiction books dedicated to history. I'm really interested in history. Also, I read books dedicated to geography of specific countries.
Great. And did your parents read to you when you were a child?
No, they didn't used to read to me when I was a child because they didn't have time. They would be always at work. But I was a big fan of reading
myself before sleeping, because I've always been told that 15 minutes of reading before going to bed is really beneficial for your mindset and sleep.
Great. And the last question for part one, will you give a book as a gift?
Yes. Honestly, book is the only option for me to give as gifts because, well, you give gifts to people that you know, right? And people in my surroundings are my friends, and all of my friends are, we all have basically the same interests. So I ask them what book they want, and they tell me, and I buy them the specific book that they want.
Okay, great. That's the end of part one. Now let's move on to part two. You have to speak for about 10 minutes. That's our presentation.
How the book that you enjoyed reading, you should say. So, one specific book that I really enjoyed reading was the history textbook of ninth grade. It was really informative, and it was about specific, time of history, of world history. It was between the 19th and 21st century. So I enjoyed reading it because it gave me at least the mere idea of what was happening in the world. I, became aware of the politics of different governments. I became aware of key wars that occurred decades ago, and it helped me a lot just with my critical thinking in general. And why you read it and explain why it affects the I already answered the second question. I read it because I had nothing better to read at the time. I was broke. And I got it from the school library.
Great. Then let's move on to part three. So, my first question, do people in your country like to read books?
No. I think we are all aware of the fact that people in our country don't really want, they're not fans of reading, and most of them find reading boring, and they just prefer social media over books, and specifically in my hometown, it's really hard to find people who read, and that's probably why I have no friends. What are the most
popular types of books
in the world?
You can speak globally or locally.
Well, now, in my opinion, now we live in a decade where people are very keen on productiveness, self-improvement, and all that stuff. So nonfiction books are at the high level of popularity right now. People read nonfiction books a lot. Reads about books about time management, business, self-improvement, studying, health, and all that stuff.
And do you think it's important to read?
I honestly do. I think that reading books is a key to develop a well-developed imagination, and a well-developed imagination leads to well-developed critical thinking, and especially for teenagers. Spending a lot of time reading can expand their vocabulary. If they're reading, especially if they're reading in a different language, it can make them in general much more broad-minded.
Great. And in your opinion, do people read as much nowadays as they used to?
Definitely not. People don't read, as much as they used to, because now we have much more entertainment. We have phones, we have all those devices available, and the vast majority of humans prefer social media over books, and they don't find it interesting.
Mm-hmm. And how do most people read books today? Hard copy or e-books?
Well, it depends on what kind of people we're talking about. Some people are very keen on collection books, but in general, we have We have, social media and apps like Telegram. And in Telegram, you can find every single book that you're looking for and download it for free to read it. And so nowadays, we don't really have any reasons to buy hard copy books. So probably the vast majority of humans prefer to read e-books because it's cheaper.
Right. And the last question, do you think that traditional books will be replaced by tablet reading in the future?
Yes, I do think so. Because do you think traditional books will be replaced in the future? Yes, because it's much more available, and tablet is one of those key devices that people mostly own, and they can download stuff through their tablet and read it in there. When it comes to hard copies, that kind of thing is receding nowadays. People don't really write normal stuff anymore. The things that people write is just young adult books that don't contain a lot of useful information, and they will be able, in the future, people will be able to find valuable books through internet and read it in their devices.
Okay, great. That was part three. Now you're free to go. You can leave your card on the desk. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you.
So next speaker participant, please choose your card. Your name is?
Ines.
Your green card number?
6.
6. Unless your time is up, let's start the session. My first question, how often do you take photographs?
I take photographs so regularly because I have a complex.
Okay, what things do you like to photograph?
I like photographs, flowers, my friends, and everything I thought is steady.
Do you ever take selfies?
Yes. When I get bored, I always do makeup and take selfie.
And what do you do with the photos you take?
Usually I don't. Usually I just look at photos and remember what time was it. But well, it's a very important.
So now let's move on to part 2. So you have to speak for about 10 minutes. You can start your speech now. You don't have time for preparation, you already have. So please start your speech.
In 8th grade, I go to Bangladesh stance here. And there were so many strange people for me. They were so for me they were so comfort, and I was crying when we arrived at home. Because I was so happy when I spent time with them, and it was so interesting.
Okay, now let's move on to part 3. My first question. What age group do you think has the best communication skills? So people of what age are that are the best at communicating?
I think it's 20 and 25 years.
Why?
Because they aren't teenagers anymore, and they learn so many things from life and from others, and they are maybe already working, and they are new many languages, and improve their IQ.
Great. And next question. In your opinion, has technology improved the way we communicate with each other? Do you think that technology has changed the way we communicate with each other? For example, in the past people used to talk to each other, now we chat. Do you think there are improvements?
Yes, I think we have lost some communication skills because of technology. Because many works do robots instead of persons. But before,
Let's move on to the next question. How technology is left right in your culture today?
Nowadays, every person have a phone, and I don't think that is nobody writing a letter now, because we all use a mobile phone for typing and to talking.
And the next question, do you think it's still important for children to learn handwriting?
Yes, I think, because it helps to improve their IQ and improve their skills, and it helps
And my last question, how do you think people will communicate in 20 years' time?
in the future. I think in the future, robots will teach children instead of teachers like person, and robots do something for person.
Okay, thank you. That was the end of our speaking section. You're free to go. You can leave the card on your desk. Your name is? Celine. Your speaking card number? 4.
Can I start?
Yes, of course. Let's start. And speak. First question. Which city or region are you from?
I'm from Pakistan. I'm from Pakistan, and I was born there, and I have born there, and I still live there.
Okay. What's the best thing about your city?
I think our city is popular by our ancient things, like museums, and I think that our city's best thing is that it's our weather. Our Turkistan weather is not too cold, not too warm, and it's actually suitable for people. And I think that its positive sides have impacted people good, well. So,
Great. And one question for part one. What would tourists find interesting in your hometown?
I think, as I said before, we have ancient museums, for example, and also museums in our in other districts, and I think that we find our museum, the popular museum, is really interesting because it's really, its history is really great and very interesting to learn about it. And actually, I'm also love going there, visiting there, and I think that in the future our Kyrgyzstan will be popular by our museums, by our history. Actually, Kyrgyzstan has a good history, Kyrgyzstan, in fact, was Yatsı, and so that's it. I hope that our Kyrgyzstan will be enough popular, quite popular.
Okay, great. That was the end of part one. Now let's start part two. You have to speak for 2 minutes. Please start your speech.
It's quite a time, so something interesting on social media. What it was? My mom bought first her phone in 2020, and I was interested too because it was my first time I saw a phone, and I actually couldn't use it, but from time to time, I learned it. And then I scrolled the net, especially Instagram, because my mom's phone was on Instagram, and Instagram was the most popular app in that time. So I saw like several reels, several posts, and then I saw football. I didn't know who was it at that time, but it was very interesting video. It was a shortcut about football final, like World Cup final match, and it was I hope you know Kylian Mbappe. It was him, and there was a video how he scored the goals, how he celebrated, and I find it very interesting because I love him. I love his actions. I love him. His playing, and I loved how he scored the goal and how celebrated with her companions. And at the end, they won the World Cup. And yes, it was interesting.
Great.
Maybe so that I however have already said about it. It was Instagram Reels. And what is it? I have already answered about
There's
it.
no need to read the questions. So let's move on to part three. So first question, what are the most popular social media websites in your country?
I think that after coronavirus, social media has become very popular in every country. And in our country also we have some popular, apps, social media, and I think it's Instagram and TikTok, the most popular. Our teenagers using them everyday life, in their daily life, and they continue to do this. It has negative effects or positive effects. So they do this.
And the next question, do you think it's important to be on social media?
I think nowadays it's important to be on social media because by participating in social media, you can be aware of what's happening in our world, be aware of something interesting or all the issues in our country happening or actually in general in the world. So if you don't know, if you don't have social media or if you don't scroll the social media, you can't communicate with how to say. Modern people, because all the time they use social media and they have known all the issues, all the problems, or the actions happening in our world. And if you don't know something they are saying about, you can't communicate with them and you can't participate in this talk, in this gather. So it's I think important to be on social media.
Okay, and do you agree that social media companies should be responsible for all of the content on their platforms?
Of course, it's important to be responsible for what you are posting or what you are saying. For example, nowadays people, especially write wrong things about something like some problems or some things happening in the world. For example, I can say about football because I'm keen on football and I really often so the information which are wrong which are posted by the people who are like hated this person, for example, and they are not responsible for their posts. So it's actually they have to be responsible for what they are posting.
Okay, great. And who or what should be responsible for controlling social media companies?
Well, it's of course the person who posts like the owner of this content, the owner of this account, and yes, that's
Okay, that's the end of part 3. Now you're free to go. Thank you for your answers. You can leave it on your desk.
Coba depan. Sama sih sama. Ya, ya pas makan udah jatuh sini. Pas lagi di sana.
What form of judgment? Except what?
I can already
Все,